recording.
Hey, everybody. Hope you had a good day yesterday with the processes. So we're picking up where we left off. And again, like I want to reiterate, because like so many times we think about these things as a symptom-oriented approach. And really, when we're talking about vagal tone, we're talking about the body's ability to repair itself, or how well it can repair itself, how well it can heal, right? So treating vagal tone a lot of times will reduce the symptoms or eradicate the symptoms, but if there's a long-standing chronic issue, it's a piece of the approach, not the complete approach, right? So this isn't necessarily we're just treating an area for a symptom and trying to get it to function better. We're treating the vagal tone in the area, which means that it makes the area less stressed out and function more appropriately. So we're not necessarily treating symptoms, we're treating the potential of healing in each of these areas. Just because our body has the potential to heal doesn't mean all these areas are healing, right? So we always are trying to increase the potential, right? And in doing so, our body starts to repair itself to a much greater degree. And we feel more relaxed, we get better sleep, we feel better, our mind is clearer, our mind works better. And I would say, not just does our mind work better, we're smarter. We're using other parts of our brain, not just the sensory input part of the brain, right? So with that, the very first thing we're doing today is we're looking at inflammation. Vagal tone, as it has to do with inflammation and the inflammatory response in the body, right? So this is just general inflammation in the body. This is inflammation in the gut. One of the areas where inflammation hits us the hardest is the digestive tract. Basically, you could say the inflammatory process is another way of saying the aging process. The rate at which your body degenerates is not just vagal tone, it's also inflammation, right? So the more inflammation you have, the more that your body is going to degenerate at a faster rate, right? The thing that it hits the hardest is the internal organs. As the internal organs go, your rate of aging accelerates. Right? So treating the inflammatory process is also kind of an anti-aging aspect of vagal tone. But it also has to do with the potential for autoimmune issues where the immune system actually turns on the body. It has to do with the rate of recovery. Has to do with the tone and the function of the spleen. There was one other thing here and when you're treating inflammation, you could say you're increasing your resilience to stress, like the stress and the stress response. So the more that you stay on top of inflammation, your body can handle more, your emotions, your mind, when you're in stressful situations, can handle more. If you think about how you were when you were under stress, when you were a little bit younger compared to now, like you don't quite usually have the tolerance as we get older, right? Part of that is inflammation has done some damage, or the body is just in a more inflamed state. So the more that we reduce the inflammatory stress or tension in the body, the more we improve vagal tone, our body ages less quickly, it handles stress better, the immune system functions better, the digestive system works better, the lymph and the lymph nodes in the gut do their job more appropriately. Because a lot of times what people call food allergies or food sensitivities, it's either poor nerve innervation or poor lymphatic movement in the gut. That's all it is. The symptom is a food sensitivity or a food allergy. but it got there because of impacted lymph and poor nerve innervation to the gut, right? So we're trying to unwind some of this, right? So with that, you have choices: black cumin, dark blue tansy, frankincense, galbanum, ginger, myrrh, turmeric, frankincense and myrrh, and the blend three wise men, which is a fancy frankincense and myrrh. So go ahead and pull one of those out. And I think in the kit for purchase, it's galbanum. Yeah, it's galbanum. So you're pulling out your oil. Okay, so you have your oil, you're holding it up to your nose, about an inch or two from your nose, inhaling through your nose, exhaling through your mouth. Take long, slow, deep breaths. Now, you're gonna let go for a moment, just be still. Begin inhaling again. This time your awareness is on your front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're inhaling with your awareness on the front solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus, the mid-back area, below the shoulder blades and the mid-back area. And then the area between your eyebrows. You're inhaling, your awareness is between the eyebrows. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. And then on the throat, your awareness is on the throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. Your awareness is on the back throat, which is the middle of the back of your neck. Your awareness is on the back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your low back area, the back side of the navel. The back side of the navel. The bottom of the tailbone. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Notice how that made your body feel. My experience, it makes me feel relaxed but strong. Doesn't mean I'm going to be picking up heavy boxes anytime soon, but it makes my body feel a little bit stronger. We're going to do another round. You know, one of the ways that you can also address this is using like the black cumin or the tansy, the dark blue tansy, frankincense, galbanum, ginger, myrrh, turmeric, frankincense, or myrrh. You could also take it internally. So taking it internally would have an impact. Doing the pattern has an impact. So if you want to cheat and not spend a bunch of time doing the pattern, just take it internally every day. You know, if you think about like if you've been on Q and A's and things like this, and people will go, I just got injured, or I have, you know, this, have a bad back or a bad knee or something like that. I always go black cumin, galbanum, like do those two things, right? Because the galbanum takes like also a weird tension out of the body when the body's in pain. And the black cumin also very anti-inflammatory, you know, same with the galbanum. And so usually it will reduce pain, but part of what it does is it reduces inflammation. And the most visible sign one time that we had is one of the students right before they got to class, like a day or two prior, they were, I don't know, they were bouncing around, going in and out of stores, they said, and they weren't really paying attention. They were looking at their phone and they caught the curb and basically broke a couple bones in their foot, you know, in the fall. And so they had gone to the doctor and got, you know, the x-rays and got casted, and their toes were just like balloons. They were black and blue and they were like balloons. And the person said that he goes, I'm doing everything the doctor said, but my toes keep getting bigger and bigger. He goes, it's freaking me out. And, you know, they were all discolored and everything. And, you know, it had been going on for like 3 or 4 days. And so I had him start taking the galbanum and the black cumin. And, you know, he wanted a bunch of other things. I was like, let's just try this for him. To like black cumin, galbanum, you know, just take them internal, you know, maybe a little galbanum on the wrist, but, you know, take them internal and inhale them from time to time. And within 4 hours, his toes had reduced by 50%. 50%. And like within a day, there was still some discoloration, but his toes were normal. And he was like, they were going the other direction. They kept getting bigger and bigger. He goes, I thought I was going to go have to have the cast off and then put a different cast on, because it wasn't just his toes, it was his foot in the cast was also swelling up. And you know, we have inflammation in our body a lot of times that we can't see. You know, you know, maybe we feel it or whatever, but, you know, maybe it's the liver, maybe it's the whole digestive tract, maybe it's the lungs, maybe it's just muscle tissue in general, you know, you know, whatever it is, even in the brain. But using these things on a regular basis reduces the potential for inflammation. I mean, it reduces the inflammation, but it also helps the processes in the body reduce the inflammation and process the inflammation. So, you know, this is a very simple practice. Like here, if you go, okay, well, I can do the breathing practice. Yes, the breathing practice will help, but like, let's be honest with ourselves. Are you going to sit down every night for 15 or 20 minutes and do the breathing practice? Or are you going to go, done? You're probably going to take it internal. You know, like if you want to be consistent about it, I mean, I do this all the time. And usually the way that I do it is I just take it internal. I'd love to say, like, I sit down half hour every night and reduce inflammation. It doesn't happen. Every once in a while, usually when I'm in crisis, I'll go, oh, I got to double down on this. But usually I just take the black cumin, the galbanum. For myself, I had ginger as well. Like I like to do the ginger. It seems to be a good combination for my body. And so like when I do that on a regular basis, even if like I overexert or do too much and you know old injuries get a little flared up or you know whatever it might be, my body recovers much quicker, like much quicker, you know. Because, like, if you've ever done like even deeper meditations or something, you'll notice you'll go, oh, okay, Om Mani Padme Hum. You have this amazing meditation. You feel super good, and then later you're like, ugh, all my old injuries kind of got a little flared up. Energy congestion gets stuck in the injury sites. And so, even how your body throws off that old stale energy that gets stuck in those sites is still tied to how your body processes inflammation. Like how you throw off old energy in your body is still tied to the inflammatory process or how it gets processed, right? So, even if you don't have a lot of aches and pains and you think like, well, I don't really have a lot of inflammation, if you're doing deep healing, deep meditation, deep prayer work, mantra work, whatever it is, you're still enhancing the body's ability to throw off that lower vibrational energy, right? I would even say stress from work. It's easier for your body to throw it off if the inflammatory process is in a good place. You know, and somebody, I think you mentioned the startle response yesterday. Part of that is exaggerated by inflammation. The more inflamed you are, the greater potential you have to a startle response. You know, the startle response is like you get startled. And even if somebody goes, hey, I'm coming through the door, like, and you have warning, you'll go, okay. And then that comes in, they'll still get like a little bit of a startle. It's because your body is in a state that just can't handle any sort of stimulation in the environment, even when you know it's coming. The body gets startled, it gets agitated, it gets jarred. So even in stress management, this is a very good idea.
This works for any inflammation, not just.
Any inflammation. Yeah, brain inflammation, injury inflammation, general inflammation, reduction of the aging process, anything. I mean, if you really want to bottom line it, regardless of the health issue, what makes most people leave the body and die? Inflammation. It's like 94% of the time it's inflammation. Might be a car accident, it might be whatever, but inflammation is what caused the to leave the body. It's always inflammation, right? So the more you treat inflammation, the more resilient your body's going to be, and the more you'll be able to handle stress. Potentially, increasing the length of your life and reducing the aging process.
And what do you say, three good things, ginger?
Like if you had to pick two, I'd do galbanum and black cumin, right? Galbanum and black cumin. You can add like turmeric and ginger, like they're all good. And for me, I like to rotate things, so I'll do black cumin and galbanum for a while, but I'll mix it with ginger and turmeric and what's the one that you have that has the turmeric? The Vitality, like I'll do her Vitality vinegar, which has got turmeric and frankincense and
Yeah.
black pepper.
Black pepper, ginger, and turmeric.
Right. And so sometimes we even cheat and instead of doing a shot, we put it on salads and things like, we just mix it and like make it part of our food or whatever. And so, it doesn't always have to be the same thing. I go to this other situation, not kind of as extreme as like seeing something super inflamed, but there was this young gentleman who had endocrine issues, like very serious endocrine issues, and also had some inflammation and alignment issues in their body. And we started giving them very strong dosages of frankincense and myrrh. And the frankincense and myrrh, I was giving it to him to jumpstart and stimulate endocrine function. Because it's an endocrine stimulant. It makes all your glands work better. It just it stimulates proper function. It's not like caffeine, it stimulates proper function, right? And I wasn't even really thinking it out past that. But the byproduct was that the soft tissue issues that that person was having, he still has a bit of an alignment issue, but the inflammation went down and he's responding to therapy much quicker and aligning certain things in his body. And it's because frankincense and myrrh is also anti-inflammatory. And so his body can be more resilient and handle the shifts and the changes that they're doing to align his body better. So, yeah. We're going to do another round of that. You can use the same oil. If you want to switch to a different one, you can do that as well. But we're using the galbanum from the kit. And begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus, the area below your ribs on the upper abdomen. Your back solar, your awareness is on your back solar. The area between your eyebrows. You're inhaling with your awareness between the eyebrows. And then your throat. Your awareness is on your throat. Your awareness is on your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your low back, the backside of the navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the bottom of the tailbone. Bottom of the tailbone. And just be still. So I know we just got started, but how about we take a break? We'll come back and we'll process it, and then we'll do a process for the endocrine system. So we'll come back straight up on the hour. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. And now we're going to treat vagal tone as it has to do with the endocrine system. And again, I wrote a whole bunch of stuff in the booklet that got emailed to you. And let's just hit the highlights. You don't have to go through and figure it all out and memorize it and have understanding. We're just going to treat it. But if you want to go a little bit deeper and have some greater understanding, it's written out for you. You don't have to look things up. It's all boom right there for you. But basically, this helps with the stimulation of the whole endocrine system, the function of the whole endocrine system, but especially balancing cortisol levels, right? So during stress, we produce cortisol, but the issue is a lot of times that when we're not in a stressful situation, the body a lot of times will continue to produce cortisol, right? And so that's not good. It's good when we need it. It's not good when we don't need it, right? Then we have insulin sensitivity. So as the body is in a more stressed state and vagal tone goes down, we have a greater potential for diminished insulin sensitivity, which means we start to have blood sugar issues, right? Then thyroid function, right? When there's poor vagal tone in the endocrine system, thyroid function either goes up, goes down, it just becomes erratic, right? And, I just learned something the other day, like I was talking to somebody. I was talking with Marcia, actually, remember? And we were looking at the kidneys producing EPO, which is, tied to like red blood cells. It's this whole big thing. But basically, part of the regulation of the hormones produced in the kidney, specifically EPO, it's still tied to thyroid function. you know, the hormones produced in the kidneys, but you know, it's the substance that Lance Armstrong lost all his Tour de France things with. Remember when there was all that brouhaha about him? He was injecting EPO, but our body naturally produces it, right? And so part of it is tied to actually thyroid function. So if the thyroid starts to fluctuate, right? If the thyroid starts to fluctuate, then your body's red blood cells and oxygen levels actually goes off. You're more predisposed to anemia. Okay, and then regulation of reproductive hormones. So for men, that means testosterone goes down. For women, it could be erratic cycle, or if it's menopause, postmenopause, it's an increase of symptoms in menopause, and then just hormone imbalances after the fact, right? And so the other thing that I would say about hormones and the endocrine system, what most people call their mind, like the thought processes in the mind, is simply the endocrine system functioning through the nervous system, right? A lot of your thoughts have a lot more to do with glands than they have to do with you like figuring things out, right? It's a series of these reactions in your body, right? So if you want a good, healthy mind, you need good, healthy endocrine system. Think about it. Like if you're in a stressed state or you know somebody who's in a super stressed state and you talk to them, a lot of times you can't even finish a sentence because they're, yeah, but this is going to go bad. This is going to bad. This is going to go wrong. This is, you know, their mind is impacted by the stress hormones. And so they can't think like a normal person would think. You know, it all becomes about hypothetical problems that might arise or I mean, you know, when I was young, like if you said, "Hey, let's do this," I could come up with 15 things why it wasn't going to work just at the drop of a hat. Like I could tell you just boom. You know, I'd love to say it's because I was so smart and like I was clairvoyant and I could see what was happening. No, I was super stressed out. As a young guy, I was super just, you know, it's like I drank espresso every day, but I didn't. But I was just like, ugh. And so you give me something, I was like, these are all the things that are going to go wrong. I can tell you right now, which meant that I would go down the path of like having everything go wrong, right? And so stress isn't just a thing we feel in our body. You know, a lot of times we think of it as like an emotional thing and a mental thing. Most times it's in the body, but it affects the emotions. It affects the emotions and it affects the mind, right? So we're trying to go through and reduce these things. Okay. So your choices again, frankincense, myrrh, patchouli, the blend frankincense and myrrh, and then 3 wise men. In the kit for purchase, we did an artisanal patchouli, a fancy patchouli. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. What's that? Yeah, this is not patchouli. Yeah. It's a patchouli celadon is what it's called.
Patchouli what?
Celadon. It's just where it's from. No, Selatn.
I
I
never liked
pause.
dark patchouli.
Yeah, dark patchouli is nice. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the dark patchouli is really nice. We did a patchouli supreme where we took 4 or 5 different patchoulis and blended them all together. It's quite yummy as well. The celadon is a lot more subtle, like it's not quite the heavy scent. Yeah, doesn't it?
Which is the patchouli that women like to wear is their.
It's probably just standard patchouli. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Patchouli, Patchouli. It's very good for the endocrine system. Okay, so you're inhaling, your awareness is between the eyebrows. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The awareness between the eyebrows. And then your awareness is on the back head. Your awareness is on the back head. Move your awareness to the throat. Your awareness is on the throat. You're inhaling, your awareness is on your throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back heart. And your awareness is on the back heart, the area between your shoulder blades, the back heart. The back solar plexus, the mid back area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the mid back, below the shoulder blades. The low back, the back side of the navel.
Your awareness is on the sixth chakra where the sex organs are. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on the sex chakra. And then the bottom of the tailbone. And then just pause and be still. You're just being still for a moment. Let's not even follow a pattern. Just hold the oil up to your nose and just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still just doing some general inhaling. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. In through the nose, out through the mouth. And then just be still. Notice your body, but also notice your mind, your emotions. Just be aware of your body. So this is another one where you can kind of cheat a little bit. The frankincense, the myrrh, the blend of frankincense and myrrh, you can take internally. You can get away without even doing the pattern. You know, you can take patchouli internally, but it works better either inhalation or topical. You know, just because you can take it internal doesn't necessarily mean it's stronger that way. Frankincense and myrrh, any of the ways work. And just like on your wrists or on your temples. Yeah. The reason you do your wrists, you do it kind of like right here, is you don't have a lot of fatty tissue there and it will hit the bloodstream really quick. Same for your temples, same for the tops of your feet. You know, another place is behind your ears. Like you rub it on your ears, you know, quick access to the bloodstream. Yeah.
But you said internally.
For frankincense myrrh or the blend frankincense myrrh, I usually have people take it internal. But you know, I've been on a patchouli kick now for what, about 4 months. Like I was never a really super big patchouli fan, and then all of a sudden I started playing with it. I was like, it's kind of good, and then it's kind of amazing. And then I got that artisanal, you know, 2 or 3 different kinds of artisanal patchouli, and I was like, this is amazing. And so I'm like patchouli everything. I'm always rubbing patchouli on. And so, yeah, I know. And so we even have you know, the alcohol extraction, the tincture that I make into like a body tonic that I apply. And so I don't think we put that on the site, but anyway, you know, the thing that's interesting about patchouli, like it still stimulates the endocrine system, like function of the endocrine system, and it still shifts the vagal tone as it's associated. Basically, when I say it improves vagal tone, it diminishes the stress that's in that particular system, which makes it function better, right? And so the other interesting thing about patchouli is the endocrine system is one of the more difficult systems to treat in the body because there's so much communication going on between the glands, right? So just because you go, okay, I'm gonna treat the thyroid, you got to treat the thyroid and you got to talk, you know, treat all the things that it's talking to, right? So just treating the thyroid, you're like, it's helpful, but, right? So the trick with the endocrine system, you treat the whole endocrine system, then you go to spot treatments, right? So the thing that's interesting about patchouli and angelica is that they help to reboot how the endocrine system is functioning between the glands. You know, angelica doesn't improve vagal tone, but it improves like a depleted endocrine system. You know, like when the glands are, you know, can happen when you're young, but most often it happens when you get older. You know, it just they don't quite have the same life force in them, right? And so angelica will improve that. But the patchouli and the angelica, you know, used separately, you don't have to put them together, but they'll reboot how the endocrine system is functioning, so it will make the endocrine system more appropriate, more efficient. So another way of increasing or improving the efficiency of treatment when it comes to that particular system. So you can use it for, you know, obvious body issues or you know, a particular gland that's an issue. But sometimes I even use it for treating, like if people have a lot of repetitive thoughts that they have a hard time getting rid of, or they're stuck in stress thinking. Like, you know, you go, okay, we're gonna go down to the store, and it's like, but it's raining outside. There's a bunch of red lights. What if we go the wrong way? What if we don't get, you know, the person will have a lot of stress thinking, right? And so it's a way to also diminish some of that. And so, Anyway, let's go ahead between the one for inflammation and for this, we'll do shares and questions and unmute yourself or type in. And Dawn, you had something?
Do they still do this?
Yeah.
Yeah, so my husband doesn't like patchouli at all,
Uh-huh.
so like, should I try the Angelica
So what are you trying to treat?
for his thyroid stuff? He got a thyroid issue.
Is it too high, too low?
It's too high. He's on meds,
Right.
but it fluctuates.
Right. So she's saying her partner has a thyroid issue. So I would use frankincense or myrrh to treat the whole system. And then I would use clove to balance out the thyroid specifically.
Okay,
Yeah. And all of that would be internal.
internal.
Clove is a great balancer of of the thyroid. Actually, you could even use clove if a person has like strong autoimmune issues. Clove actually will even help balance out the immune system. It's just
So you say patchouli and angelica
Mhm.
is good for like if you get like anxiety, if you just like.
Anxiety could be a lot of different reasons. So she's asking if the patchouli or the angelica is good for anxiety. If it's endocrine related, it would be helpful. But if it's not endocrine related, anxiety can be part of the cardiovascular system, part of the respiratory system, actually could even be part of the immune system. Hmm?
Say like when you get stuck, like you're trying to make a decision, like you just said, and you can't quite, it helps balance it.
For that, does that happen often?
Pardon me?
Does that happen often?
Yeah.
I think that's probably more stress. So like reduce the stress, like what we talked about on break. Start doing things. Another thing that's good for reducing stress is also clary sage. So use like inhale or wear a little bit of clary sage. That will also, that's not necessarily good for sleep, like what you were asking for on break, but it's good for reducing stress. Marjoram's good for reducing stress. Spikenard's good for reducing stress. Those things we talked about on break. So,
What was the first one you said?
clary sage.
Prayer and say,
Mhm.
And we have some chat ones as well, so someone's asking, and this was a little bit earlier when you were first talking about the inflammation and
Mhm.
things like that. There's asking, always taken internally?
The galbanum you can actually wear topically. So topically or internal, either way works for the galbanum and sustained inhalation like we were doing. The black cumin is best taken internal. It works with sustained inhalation, but topically it does reduce inflammation, but it's usually more in the skin than anywhere else.
Are there any precautions about taking black cumin and galbanum internally if someone is on medications such as blood thinners, gabapentin, and or is getting cortisone shots into SI or other joints?
No, it shouldn't be an issue. Gabapentin, it shouldn't have an interaction with gabapentin. And then blood thinners, it shouldn't affect blood thinners.
Does the mix, do you, Greg, mix the ginger and black cumin or take them separately?
I take them separately. Done.
Down or?
Mix it down. Like I'd add it to water. I don't, but I suggest that people do. Yeah. Okay. Anybody else here have a question? Let's do another, if since we don't have any questions, let's do another round still with the endocrine function. So we're still using the patchouli or the frankincense or myrrh, whatever you were using. We're going to do another round.
Is the patchouli really mild, you know?
This particular patchouli, the Celadon, is a very mild, soft, subtle one. Like a lot of times patchouli will kind of hit you over the head. They're real heavy, but this is a really light one. It's right, right. Okay, so go ahead and start inhaling. Your awareness is on the ajna, the area between your eyebrows. Mm, yeah, it's a nice one. Your awareness is on the ajna in between the eyebrows. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your back head, opposite the area between your eyebrows, but on the back side. Let go. Your awareness is on the throat. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. The back solar plexus, the mid back area, below your ribs. Below your ribs, below your shoulder blades. The low back, the back side of the navel. The back side of the navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back side of the navel. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The bottom of the tailbone. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Okay. You're noticing how you feel. Your emotions, your thoughts. So we're gonna break and go for lunch. We have the Astara session if you want to join us. It's about a 20-minute session. We'll post the link for you right now. And then we'll take a break for lunch and we'll come back at 1:30 Central Time. So it gives you a little more than an hour and a half. So we'll see you guys after lunch or maybe at the Astara session. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back.
Get it.
And we are on the top of page 36 and we're dealing with pain, the pain mechanisms. So again, this has to do with inflammation, but also has to do with our pain response. This would address things like your ability to address fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue syndrome, migraines. There's a thing called like gait control theory, which has to do with the pain and all of this. But bottom line, we're just practicing your body's ability to deal with pain, right? And so this is actually a very simple process. You have a few choices of oils. One, again, is galbanum that we use for inflammation. And then another one is, black pine. Black pine is very good for this process. And then there is a blend that we made quite a while ago called Threshold. Some of you might have it from a couple of classes we did a few years ago. It was usually in pain-related classes, you know, how the body deals with pain. So this can be anything from arthritis, irritable bowel syndrome, you know, autoimmune issues, you know, even like a herniated disc or a thinning disc kind of still sometimes falls under arthritis sometimes, nerve pain, dull achy pain. Any of this would fall under this mechanism. And so you're going to pull out whatever oil you're using, the black pine, the galbanum, or the Threshold blend. If you don't have one of those, myrrh could be a good substitute. It doesn't quite increase the vagal tone as much as these others, but it would still have an impact.
Look out, I don't know.
Hmm?
It's the counter stuff. It's the-
No, it's on the list.
What is?
We're using galbanum.
Oh. I'm telling you.
Yeah, the thing that I use for this most often is galbanum. Another thing that actually works well for this, but the essential oil is not being produced right now, is saffron. We have a tincture of saffron, but you know, I didn't even put it in the notes because honestly, I don't know that it's ever going to come back around again. You know, the places that it comes from, well, they're war torn. So I don't know if they're going to come back around. So anyway, so this is what we're doing. We're doing a thing called body awareness, right? So you're putting your awareness on your body. It could be your painful spots, right? But you're also looking for tension in the body. You know, a lot of times with pain syndromes, where the pain is not where the problem's at. You know, there's a thing called like radiating pain, or, you know, when you look at things like trigger points and things like that, like it might have the trigger point here, but the pain is up in the temple, right? So it's not always necessarily right where the pain's at. So what we want to do is we want to practice a thing called body awareness. Now, the idea of practicing body awareness, just the act of practicing body awareness also shifts you out of the neurological processes associated with magnifying the pain, right? When we are in pain, we start to have a fight-flight response, right? This engages more of the intellect, right? Because the like gotta manage the pain, gotta make it go away, gotta resolve it. There's a problem, and so the body starts going into a stressed or anxiety-ridden state because of the pain. Pain is sending a message of that there's a problem. It's a kind of alert. And sometimes if the body feels like I'm not getting your attention, you're not hearing me, it escalates the pain, right? And so remember what I said about intellect. It's about repetition and it's about maintenance. And so if the body thinks that it has a problem and that you need to be careful with your back or your shoulder, one of the ways that alerts you to say, you need to be careful, don't overdo this area because it will get injured, is it maintains pain signals to that area, right? So sometimes the pain is not necessarily because something is damaged. It's because the body's trying to tell you, don't move your back a lot. Don't pick something up heavy. Don't go upstairs. Don't hold your arm out for long periods of time because this area is compromised. So what happens is this becomes a repetition and your body maintains it. So as much as you try to treat it, you take pills, you take things from the doctor, you put things on it topically, and it feels better, and then it goes back, and then it feels better, and it goes back. Part of the issue is it's ingrained in a pattern. Like it's in this pattern. You have to break it out of the pattern. So there's a couple ways of doing it. And here we're doing it with vagal tone. The other way is to practice this body awareness. Because as you practice body awareness, say it's my shoulder, okay? My shoulder hurts, right? So I put awareness on my body. I go, well, it hurts over here, but like when I practice awareness, I might feel something right here, right? And then you just observe it, right? You're just observing it. You're not trying to wrestle with it. You're not trying to make it go away. You're not trying to relax it. You're just observing. And in the observation, you're literally turning off the fight-flight mechanism. When you're like a little bit of a frenzy, like I gotta address this, I gotta release this, I gotta make this go away, I gotta stop this. What do I gotta do? You're amplifying the fight-flight mechanism, which is going to amplify the pain. So I'll give myself as an example is when I was young, I used to have really bad migraines, really, really bad migraines, debilitating migraines. And, there wasn't great medications back in the day. It was pretty much the medicine was suck it up and deal with it. It really wasn't a lot of things to do. You'd take aspirin or something like that, and I don't know, I was trying everything. Nothing was working. And so one day I was like, you know what? I'm just going to lean into this. It hurts. I'm just going to sit and, I didn't have the terminology of practicing awareness. I'm just going to relax into the pain. That was my last migraine. Have not ever had a migraine since. Right? So the idea is that was a pattern in my body. And by practicing observation, I broke out of the pattern. Right? So how we talk about in the body where there's like trauma loops, there's also pain loops, there's all kinds of loops in the body. And so something triggers the loop and then your body just goes into motion. It doesn't necessarily need external stimuli, right? So in the observation itself, you're breaking out of that repetition, you're breaking out of that maintained repetition, and you're allowing for something different to happen. You're literally, even just by practicing without oils, you're increasing vagal tone whenever you practice observation on the body, right? So you amplify with oils and it becomes even greater, right? So this is what we're going to do. just close your eyes for a moment and observe your body. Wherever you feel something big in your body, it could be a pain spot, it could be something in and around, it could be something not even related. You're just observing your body. It's more about the observation than it is about the spot. If you have pain, then observe the pain. And you're just observing it. You're not trying to define it, you're not trying to figure it out. You're not trying to do some process in your mind. You're simply just watching it. Okay, let that go. Just completely let it go. Keep your eyes closed for a moment. You're observing the body. You're either going back to that spot or you find a different spot. You're observing it. Now, wherever your awareness is, keep your awareness there. Begin inhaling the oil. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on that area of your body. You're just observing. And then just be still. Just let everything go. Kind of open your eyes, look around for a little bit. Open and close, stretch your jaws a little bit. Notice how your body is feeling. How'd that make your body feel better? Okay, reassess the body. Where do you feel it in the body? So here's another trick that doesn't involve an oil. Observe that area of your body, just like you have been. Keep observing that area. And just hear my voice. I'm just going to gently chant a mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Excuse me. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Inhale the oil, keeping your awareness on that area. And then just be still. So you can use the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. You chant it very softly, like you're trying to get a baby to go to sleep, right? Or you can use Om Rama Om. You know, very simple mantras, but they can work for releasing tension and pain in the body. So just move yourself around a little bit. Notice how you feel. A lot of times this will take tension out of the body, but you'll notice like even your mind kind of quiets down a little bit. So here's another issue. You know, we could have spent the whole weekend talking about pain. You know, not a very popular subject, but it's still everyday part of life. When you start to have chronic pain, which usually means pain that's longer than 30 days, right? Dull achy pain is one thing, but sharper pain starts to be a bit more of an issue. Eventually, it will disturb your sleep. You'll start getting poor quality of sleep as time goes by. Then the next phase is you'll start to develop a phobia about going to sleep. Like the pain will intensify when you lay down to go to sleep because you know you haven't been getting good sleep and now you don't have the distractions of the day, so you're laying there meditating on your pain. You know, we all do it. You know, it's just like there it is. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you, but it's right in your face, right? And so over a little bit of time, we start to develop a phobia, like we almost start to panic because you lay down, you start to feel the pain, and you're like, I'm going to be miserable all night. I'm not going to get any sleep. I'm going to have a not very good morning because I'm tired. Like it just starts this like chain reaction. And so we want to be able to have different ways to improve vagal tone when it comes to dealing with the pain. Part of what's happening is the pain is putting your body into a stress state, or it's putting your body into fight flight. So the observation, the oils, the mantra is all in opposition to the stress. So it's improving vagal tone. You're calming the body, you're soothing the body, you're making a different part of your nervous system work, right? Whatever it is. Like for me, that thing, I think I was like 14 or 15 when I did that. You know, nobody told me to do it, but I did it out of sheer frustration. I'm like, this thing is dominating my life. So I'm just going to lean into it. I'm just going to sit and feel it. And I just kept relaxing. Actually, what I did is I put on ambient music. You know how that music where it's just kind of soft and random. And I would listen to the music and just lean into the migraine. And I got to say, at first, it got a little worse. You know, for about 2 to 3 minutes, I was like, this probably wasn't a very good idea. But I'm also a little bit stubborn. So I just kept doing it. And then over a period of time, I started noticing like, hey, it's dissipating. It's dissipating more. It's dissipating more. And then eventually I fell asleep. And then I woke up, I was like, hey, that's my new migraine treatment. The problem was I never got a migraine again. You know, I had some body misalignments that later got corrected that predisposed me to migraines, and I'm sure some of it was emotional. I'm positive it was. But not all migraines are emotional, but for me it was a bit. And the more you can shift your body into that parasympathetic state or improve vagal tone, you can literally break the chronic pattern of pain. Right? Even that blend nerve help, that's what it's about. You put it on topically, you try to break the nerves out of the chronic pattern. Right? Yeah. So let's go ahead and share and ask questions. We're going to do it again, but let's talk it out a little bit. Unmute, type in, or nerve help. Yeah. In nerve help, it's a lot of sage. Sage and vetiver are good for like calming the sensory nerves. And it doesn't necessarily raise the vagal tone. Like here, we're talking about vagal tone, but it re-educates the nerves for them to fire in a different way. So the thing, like if you look at like migraines, for example, sometimes what people call sinus pain is actually trigeminal neuralgia. You have like these little nerves here, here, and down here, right? Part of a migraine syndrome is these trigeminal nerves also, they get like hyperreactive, or they get hyper stimulated. And so things like sage and vetiver calm down the nerves. They calm down the sensory nerves. And so it helps you to break out of the pattern, out of the cycle. So you know how like sometimes when we're talking about like neck issues or like things in the head or in the jaw, and I go, rub vetiver at the base of your skull. Part of what that does is it calms down some of the cranial nerves. It calms down, it opens this plane of fascia for one, but it calms down the hyperreactivity in the nerves. So it takes the pain levels down in the head, right? We use that a lot in the body for chronic pain patterns as well. Anytime like fibromyalgia is just the sensory nerves are firing way too fast, right? Usually has to also do with stagnant lymph, because anytime the lymph gets really backed up, it makes your sensory nerves fire more rapidly. So, we got to undo the lymphatic system, but still, how do we stop that? Because it's painful. It's very disruptive. Sage and vetiver do it, but if you do it also in conjunction with black pine and galbanum or threshold, like we're doing here, it will happen faster and it will have a much longer lasting effect. Yeah.
So when we're body awareness, would you put your attention on where the pain is or where it originates from?
So she's asking, when you're doing body awareness, where do you put your attention? So this is what I would say about that. If the pain is really in your face, I do it on the pain. But like sometimes what I'll do is, I'm going to say two things about it. Okay, so sometimes I'll go, okay, like say it's my shoulder. Okay, my shoulder hurts, but when I check in with my body, there's a crazy amount of tension along my spine. So I could go to the pain or I could go to the spine, right? Sometimes it's the jaws. Like if your jaws clench, your adrenals activate, your Mingmen overactivates, your solar plexus activates, it generates a bunch of lower emotion, and it's overstimulating to the sensory nerves. So like even like going, okay, my jaws are tight. You start just paying attention to the jaws and they'll start to relax a little bit. Maybe not right off the bat, but they'll start to relax. Just that will start to calm down the nervous system. So I would say, for me, I usually get better results watching the body than watching the pain. But other people have gotten better results with watching the pain. So I would experiment, but this is the other thing that I would say.
it kind of doesn't matter where you watch. The idea is to watch. Like, because really what you're trying to do is just observe. You're basically going, okay, my body's in pain. I'm being non-reactive. And as soon as you like kind of go into a non-reactive mode, it starts calming down the nervous system. And right there, your pain levels will start to decrease. You know, every once in a while, like especially if it's really sharp stabbing pain, you put your awareness on it and it will kind of intensify for a couple of minutes, like maybe a minute, 2 minutes. But like if you get an injury, you know, like say, remember that time I fell. So this is like a long time ago before I even moved to Iowa. Like I was walking in snow with horrible shoes and had a bag of salt on my shoulder like a dumb city boy. And I fell on the ice and injured the shoulder. And I just laid there for a moment. And I was like, because if I get agitated, this pain is going to go through the roof. So I just, you know, just like a minute or two, I'm just going to lean into the pain because it was very painful. And, you know, got through the day and everything, didn't end up going to the hospital or anything, but I was able to manage the pain without taking any, including putting my shoulder back into place. Like that's how bad it was. I taught a whole class with my shoulder out of socket. But I had to just constantly observe the area. Like I just observed it. And then the body, like it was a little bit sore, but it wasn't distracting. Right. And so that's why a lot of times when you get an injury, you know, you ice it, you elevate it, but the first thing is rest. You have to let the body rest. You need to keep it out of being overstimulated, agitated, in fight flight. You know, you just need to keep calming the body down. If you do that, the body will address the pain. You know, if you stay active and agitated, the body feels like you're not getting the message and the pain will increase.
Okay, so easy for me to do, because, you know, I have some body awareness. But I have a friend, Brian, who has no body or like, I'm sure he has on some level, but if I say, put your attention here, he's like, la, 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 like, so if he's in pain, I mean, would it
So
help?
she's saying, like, what if the person will practice body awareness, smother them in galbanum or black pine or something?
Okay,
It's the way to stimulate it without them observing it.
he's just too mental.
What's that? Yeah.
He's just too
yeah,
mental.
yeah. That's the other way around it. That's why we use the oil in the process. It deepens it, but for somebody who's not even able to observe it, it will still shift the nervous system in a way that is helpful. Like we've already been hailing it, but in the early days, what I used to do when we'd talk in pain classes, and some of you might remember this, is I would have somebody, well, have everybody take out a pen and either push the pin on the nail bed or you poke yourself in the skin with the pin, right? And you go, okay, feel the pain. We've already been inhaling the oil, so this isn't going to work. And then you go through and you inhale the oil or put a few drops on your wrist, and then you go, okay, now put the pen across your nail bed and push again, or poke it, whatever you did. And you'd see just this room of like, the funniest one was my mom. She was like, because like you can feel the pressure, but the pain sensation goes away because you've calmed the nerve. So now you can have like a lot of pressure or a lot of pressure across the nail bed, but you don't feel the pain. And so part of what happens with the galbanum or the black pine or the threshold blend is it actually literally shifts the nervous system enough to where the pain mechanism diminishes quite substantially. Yeah, remember that with my mom, like when we were in Oregon.
So I believe you just said we can, so we're talking about these three oils.
Yeah.
That you can put them on the wrist.
Mhm.
So I know we can take the galvanom internally. What about the other two?
I wouldn't do the other two intern.
Okay.
Yeah, just the galbanum would, so she's asking what can I take internally? Just the galbanum would be the only. And Dawn, you had a question?
I'm talking about. And you're not aware of how to be like Greg and do those things.
Mhm.
Later on, when you get it fixed and a lot of emotion comes out, how do you deal with that?
So she's saying like what happens like if you get injured, like you have an acute injury, like you roll your ankle or you fell or whatever. So if you have galbanum, that's good, but part of the issue is you do go into a little bit of shock. And so shock tarragon is the best thing. Like if you inhale tarragon, it will usually take pain from an 8 to a 4 in like when the incident happens, because you're basically shock is like a disruption in the nervous system. So you're establishing like kind of a general vagal tone, but it's actually more of an emotional component. Emotion not being like your higher emotions, but the body emotion. Like if you're in a situation that's dangerous and you go, okay, I need to fight or I need to run, maybe you'll fight good or maybe you'll run good, but your body doesn't think you got it in you. So it goes, if you're really pissed, you'll fight really good. If you're really afraid, you'll run really fast. So your body goes, get angry, get afraid. And then, so when you have an injury like that, your body is trying to get your attention, like you didn't already know that you hurt yourself. Your body is like, hey, you hurt yourself. So it generates a bunch of emotion. And in that, it's disruptive to the nervous system. Part of what is happening a lot of times with shock is your body is trying to say, look, don't move, like rest, but don't move. But it's not the best. Yeah, but it's not the best system. Like the body is trying to immobilize you so that you can not further injure yourself or something like that. But you get up, you start moving around and
I was saying in the middle of that injury, when you jump up, run, and you don't have the time to know anything.
okay, so if you had to jump up and run, like you're getting away from a cheetah and you're like, "Ugh, okay, and then finally you're like, okay, I lost the cheetah. Pull out the tarragon and start inhaling the tarragon. Benzoin would work as well. Benzoin and in the old days and like the sword fighting days, I think it was mostly in Europe, they would use rose. Yeah, they would give them these little like rose balls. Like they take the petals and things, and you would take these little rose, what would you call them, balls. And so. Mhm.
So if you have somebody and they're in shock because they just had something happen.
Mhm.
Wouldn't it be better to not do that right away until?
No, it calms them down. It calms everything down. Yeah, it's
So
super
you
calm.
think that shock is like the body's way of distracting them from what's going on?
Yeah, it's a kind of a form of dissociation. So she's saying if they're in shock, don't you let them be in shock? The more you pull them out of shock, the better. And so, because there's different grades of shock. There's shock where you're totally check out in the moment, but there can be low grade shock that happens for weeks, like weeks and weeks. The quicker you reduce the shock, the more you'll reduce the pain.
I was wondering if, like, Brian had the head injury where he fell in my hotel and he flew home with it. And then I'm taking him to the hospital and I knew he was in shock. I could tell by the way
Yeah.
he was acting. And I felt like he wasn't in pain and I felt like if I put the.
No, it would still reduce the pain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. So. Anybody else? Oh, yeah.
I remember did some reading and studying about Church of Christ scientists, and they're the folks who they're credited with saying stay away from doctors and hospitals because they say you can heal it on the spot. Now, not everything, of course, they do. They're not as hard edged as that, but I'm wondering if this is partially how it works.
So I know nothing about them.
Okay, never
Yeah,
mind.
yeah,
Okay.
I know nothing. Yeah.
I'll say, I learned a lot from Eckhart Tolle, talking about the awareness and going to where the pain spot is, kind of what you were.
Oh,
talking
good.
about. It talks about a lot about that power nap.
Oh,
This was kind of a logistical question that came on earlier. The pain relief blends do not work for this, they're asking.
pain relief is more about managing the pain. It's not about the pain threshold or the pain mechanisms. They don't really address the vagal tone component of it. You know, you would use it in conjunction with it, but usually if somebody has chronic pain, I usually tell them, do black cumin, do galbanum, you know, for multiple reasons, and then use whatever pain blend you would use for whatever it was. It's a very efficient way to treat a large variety of pains.
Someone's asking,
Give it a gift.
isn't there a bit of danger in reducing the pain, especially immediately? Because if the pain is gone, then we tend to not heal the injury.
It's not been my experience. It doesn't make all the pain just magically go away. It reduces it. And so usually if you have an injury, you know, you still have to address swelling, you still have to address instability or the area they call compromised. So it's more about just keeping the body out of shock and helping the body to start the healing process. Yeah.
And somebody-
So is the shock like the loop piece you're talking about, if they're stuck on that?
Not, she's asking, is it like a loop? It's more like dissociation. Yeah, like you check out.
So after you use the Terragon, should I go back to the vagal tone?
Eventually.
Eventually?
Yeah. Yeah, if you're dealing with an acute injury, at first just get them out of shock, stabilize the injury. Then you would use it. Say that again.
Like if the injury happened a long time ago, but they didn't know, and then like 5 years later, that's.
Oh, that wouldn't be shock. That would be repression. Yeah. That would be something different. It could. Yeah. She's asking if like it had been 5 years and the person had repressed a bunch of emotion or their feelings about it. Vagal tone would help.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there something else they should do?
Just the stuff that we always talk about. Use the galbanum, use the black pine, use the black cumin. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
How does heloprism fit in this? It seems like you mentioned that, but is that more?
Yeah. So helichrysum doesn't necessarily improve the vagal tone of the area, but it does reduce inflammation, reduces spasms. It helps to reduce the bruising and the blood clots that might form in an area that, you know, causes discoloration and things. Right? No, not necessarily for shock. Yeah.
Okay.
And helichrysum will also help a wound to close. Yeah. Oh, okay. So how about let's just do another round of this. I think we got everybody's questions. So again, close your eyes and just observe your body. You're observing your body, just whatever arises. Might be a pain spot, might just be some weird spot on your back or your shoulder. One time I had it and it was my big toe. Sounds weird, but it actually released something in my back. So like be aware of your whole body. Okay, wherever your awareness is at, maintain it as you inhale the oil. And taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, and then let it go. How do you feel? Now, again, taking galbanum internally is a good way to do this without having to do this little practice or wearing it on your wrist, but it's helpful. So how about we'll take a break. We'll come back at 35 after and we'll do the next one. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. And we are on beginning on page 40, and we're dealing with the vagal tone for fascia and muscle, which is connective tissue. So again, this is, if you've overdone it in your body, traumatic events, body misalignments, areas that are compromised, restricted movements. Basically, misalignments would be postural strains. But the thing with muscle and fascia, it's also has to do with gut or the digestive tract, the smooth muscle of the gut. Also plays a role in bladder regulation. Plays a role in diaphragm, diaphragm function and deep breathing. Plays a role in cardiac rhythm. So it's not just like your muscles, you know what I mean? Like the muscles of your arm or your leg. It's the smooth muscle of the gut and the respiratory tract, and then the cardiac muscle. So here we're targeting a few different things here. So the very first thing we're going to target is the bladder, kidneys, and the urinary system. So you have clary sage or Sylvester pine is your choices. I think in the kit it's clary sage. So pull out either your clary sage or your Sylvester pine. Start inhaling with your awareness on your kidneys. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your kidneys. It smells good even from over here. Yeah. You're inhaling, your awareness is on the kidneys. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Your awareness is there. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the low back, the backside of your navel, known as the Ming Men, the backside of your navel. Your awareness is on the low spine. The low spine. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Oh, yeah. Yeah, good. Again, your awareness is on the kidneys. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the kidneys. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. The Ming Men, the low back area. Your awareness is on the low back. And then your spine. Your awareness is on your spine. Just be still. Notice how you feel. I say that with a little weird tone in my voice because like when I do this, like I notice that my body feels significantly better in ways that I didn't even realize it's not like I was like, oh, I got a lot of tension in particular area. It makes the low back feel better. It makes the lower lower abdominal area feel better. It kind of reduced some back pain. It wasn't strong pain, but it was like kind of achiness, like achy. I don't even consider pain. It's just like, you know, that's just pain or achiness pretending to be pain, you know. But it even made the legs feel better when I did it, whenever I do it on myself. And I always find it a little bit of a shocker, you know. It relaxes the psoas, the hip flexor. It's not a massive thing for the psoas, but it relaxes the psoas. And so, when you look at the idea of pine, it helps to regulate the adrenals for one, but it also helps to regulate the production of cortisol and basically stress hormones and make them not also produce when you don't need them, right? And so you use it sometimes for like an overactive bladder or something like that, frequency or urgency. A lot of times Sylvester pine will calm that down. Clary sage is one of the best things you can use for reducing stress in the body. Especially in the organs of blood purification, which the organs of blood purification are also tied to the lower emotional components that kind of flow through us. So here you're focusing the clary sage mostly on the kidneys. It takes a weird tension out of the body. Like, it's the kidneys and the low spine usually result in when the body doesn't feel safe or secure in the environment. Now, it could be from 30 years ago. It doesn't have to be right now. But like if there's chaos in the environment or there's a threat of violence or it's just chaotic, your body, to protect the spine, tenses up, especially the low back area, the low back and the kidney area. It tries to protect these areas. And so part of what you're unwinding is the body not feeling safe. That's the stress in the urinary tract. A lot of times you can go, oh, it was this situation or that situation. A lot of times you have no idea. We were traveling, remember when we were in Southern California, and we were just in a very chaotic part of town, and like both our bodies were like, ugh, and we were trying to run some errands there, and I was just like, I think I'm done. I just gotta get out of here. And we drove and we got about 4 or 5 miles out, and the city was a little bit different, and both of our bodies, you could see it like go, like the body just unwound. And it was, nobody was being mean to us, nobody was being weird to us, nobody was giving us dirty looks, but there are so many people, all the cars were really close. It was chaos. It was literally just kind of chaos. And as soon as we got out of that area where it kind of opened up a little bit, the body relaxed, the spine relaxed. And so, nothing bad happened. There was no threat of something. It was a weird part of town, but like, I lived in Southern California for a while. I went through that part of town all the time, but you just get used to it, So this next piece, we're going to address the fascia and the smooth muscle of the bowels. I know we've already done the digestive system, but that was more about digestive processes. This is just the tension in the gut, like bottom line. So you have absinthium. You still can use clary sage, which is part of the kit for purchase. Kava kava works really well here. Spikenard, tuberose, and valerian. So you are inhaling Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. You're on the front solar plexus.
Maybe bow.
Smooth muscle of the bowels. Yeah, yeah. Anything of the digestive tract is considered smooth muscle. Same with the urinary tract and same with the respiratory tract.
So what are we concentrating on? I'm sorry.
Front solar plexus, the area below the ribs on the upper abdomen. Then the back solar plexus, the back solar. The navel. An inch and a half below the navel. And then abdominal awareness. So just like we practice body awareness, now it's just on the abdomen. Feel something in your abdominal cavity. If you don't feel anything, just go to the organs themselves, the whole area. But if you feel a spot like your liver, or it's not going to jump out at you the way the body does. But if you feel like a tension or an area that feels like a little awkward or weird or a little off, put your attention there. And then just pause and be still. Good. Takes a weird tension out. Oh yeah. It's okay. So, we just did one cycle of that with the internal organs, the digestive organs. And Samantha's experience was that it even relaxed her jaws. Like you don't think of that area having tension and having stress because we don't really feel it. We don't have the sensory nerves unless, there's some inflammation or a twisting or pressure, compression. We really don't feel the things happening in the digestive tract. But, like I was saying, sometimes there's forms of insomnia that are tension in the digestive tract. And so, who would think that it's associated with the jaws? But if you think about it, remember when we did the digestive tract starts at the mouth and then works its way down. And so that it takes tension out of the jaws. A lot of stress hits the internal organs. If you think about it from an energetic point of view, it's where the solar plexus is. The solar plexus and stress are just like this. They go to every party with each other. Stress and the solar plexus. With all the lower emotions and the stress responses. And so it makes sense, right?
Yeah. Relax.
Yeah, she's saying like her neck and her shoulders are relaxing, they're going down, we think of stress as a thing, like a situation or a thing, but it's just a series of responses in the body. If you know the switches, you can go, oh, I have to go flick these switches. Ah, I'm calming down. Yeah. Let's do another cycle of that. So again, front solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The back solar plexus. And your navel. Your awareness is on your navel. An inch and a half below your navel. An inch and a half below the navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Move your awareness to the abdominal area and practice abdominal awareness. And then just let go. The last little piece is we're going to do the diaphragm. And again, this will decrease the stress levels in the whole muscular system of the body, but it also is activating to the heart. Basically, it produces a sense of well-being. And so any kind of fur, like here, I think we're using Fur Supreme, yeah, which are all the furs mixed together. Fur by its nature is very activating to the heart. I thought you said, put it on my shirt. That's why I started laughing. I was like, so your awareness is on the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. Body's feeling good. Oh, good for you. That's super fun. Awareness is on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, your awareness is on the lungs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your lungs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your lungs. And then the back solar, the mid back area below your shoulder blades. And then just pause and be still. Let's do one more round. Back heart, area between your shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your lungs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. And then your awareness is on the back solar, mid back area below the shoulder blades. And then pause. Pause and be still. Well, and say, let's share experiences and ask questions. I just look over at Samantha, she's got a big old grin on her face. Like, you feel good? She's like, oh yeah. Yeah. You know, that's gonna be the thing, that even though we're improving vagal tone, which is a way of saying we're unwinding stress in the body, you can see it sits in a lot of different places. Just treating it generally is good. Treating it specifically, it's like you are able to hunt down the area where it's really triggering a stress response in your body, and you kind of find like, hey, this one for the fascia, this one rocked it. The one for the urinary tract really felt good. The one we did for the cardiovascular system, like you know, you see how each piece affects you kind of in a different way. And so yeah, it's nice. You know, it's like that series that we did where it was healing the respiratory system, the digestive system, and I can't remember whatever, urinary tract system, urinary system. And it's like you go through and you go, yeah, I don't really have any issues there. And like each one is like, whoa, that was amazing. Like, you know, it unwound something. And you're treating the body, but you're also evaluating the body at the same time. You're not always aware that you have a problem somewhere until it becomes a crisis. Right here, you're kind of just kicking the tires and seeing what's going on. Like, okay, is there an issue here? And then you treat it and you go, man, that made me feel amazing. So now you know these are my go-to things when I don't feel that good. And you almost even start to have that ability to go, I'm not feeling good in that one particular way. It's my urinary tract, or it's my diaphragm. You know, I got to unwind the diaphragm. And you just, it becomes easier and easier for you to maintain yourself not being in a stressful state, right?
When you feel like a real sense of like peace, comfort, good from hitting a certain area,
Uh-huh.
is it likely that that's where you accumulate?
Yeah, it's probably where, so he's saying like if you feel like a lot of peace, a lot of stillness, you feel really good when you work in area, that would be your jam. Like, you know, you work a few and you're like, yeah, it felt nice. But then you hit that other one, you're like, yeah, I don't know if I have a problem there. Where am I? What year is it? Right? You know that that one really kind of rocked you a little bit. Yeah, like usually we have that area has like a little bit of an issue of some sort. Yeah. Anybody have shares?
Yeah, we had breathing easier.
Oh, good.
I used Siberian for Supreme.
Nice.
I love the smell and it's so tranquil.
Yeah, no joke. One of my favorites.
Mhm. Oh, hang on, let's get these guys here. Yeah, go ahead, Robert, then Denise.
Hey, Mr. Robert.
Hey, Greg. I'm so used to a lot of the classes where I'm smelling the oil and yawning away and practically falling asleep and dropping the bottle. You know, that story over and over and over again.
Mhm.
And I've had a couple of those this class so far, but in many cases, I get to the end of the segment and you say, just be still. And all of a sudden, there's this like an exhale, an extra exhale. And it feels
Right,
like this
right.
tension flying out.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm not, does that mean I needed that? I need to do it more?
I would say it's still good for like toning up the areas. Like when you really get knocked out, you kind of have a big issue in the area. You know, it's not like a medical crisis, but it's like that area is stressed. But when you
Right.
kind of go through and you're like, you you know, you're just kind of putting everything in a little bit better place than it was before, but it doesn't necessarily have a big issue there.
And then I don't remember which body awareness or what exactly we were doing. I think it was the first pain segment, H, body awareness.
Mhm.
Uh, at one point, I just suddenly felt like this pain in my head, like almost like a headache, but it wasn't there before. So I knew it was just because of awareness rather than a headache.
That was probably something being transmuted and the Ming Men shot it up to the head.
Well,
Yeah.
and that's part of it is that I was sitting there with awareness on it. It kept getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah.
And then as we did the oil for a while, and I just sat with it. I didn't fight it. I just
Yeah.
observed. And then it was like, oh, okay, I guess that's going to be fine. And it just relaxes
Yeah.
a bit.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
okay.
the Ming Men will transmute the stresses in the different parts of the body. And so sometimes when it's hit a big pocket of something, it'll shoot a bunch of energy up. It will dissipate over a little bit of time, but sometimes you do feel it in your head a little bit.
Yeah, good. Okay,
Yeah.
that explains it all. Thanks.
Yeah. Good, good.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey.
You'll have to push the unmute on this one. There you go.
Thank you. I really am enjoying this so much. Guys. I had just a question I wanted to ask. I noticed the urinary bladder area was really queasy and still, I want to say pulsating. So would I continue to use those oils, and would I bring in that urinary stress blend?
Yeah, you could use the urinary stress blend as well.
Okay.
Yeah, you could do that. And then also if you feel that there's a little bit more of a problem, nettle tincture can be very good for that.
I don't think I have that one, but I was gonna, the other one is don't have one fir, not one.
Oh, really?
I know, I have Sylvester pine and myrtles and cypress,
Right.
no fir. So
No
is there
fir.
one you could recommend for me to order, since I'm gonna have to order a couple of things?
I mean, they're all nice. I would say Siberian fir premium is pretty fancy. Like I don't know that it's super expensive, but it smells amazing. But I also use Fir Supreme, like the one that we have in the kit, because it's just all the furs mixed together. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
I love this class. Thank you.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Lots of expansion in the heart chakra.
Yeah.
And I just was gonna share for the first one, the urinary, I couldn't stop yawning.
Yeah.
I just couldn't stop yawning. And then obviously I had my big wonderful moment with the fascia, smooth muscle in the bowels. I was just like, oh my gosh, I have energy and life is good. And then the diaphragm, like you said, like I couldn't stop smiling after that.
Yeah.
That was
She was
just-
grinning ear to ear, like it was cracking.
It was just like this level of like better. So obviously I know which one I need to work.
Super sleepy.
Super sleepy.
Yeah, sleepy.
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, on the body awareness thing,
Mhm.
my only little issue has been discomfort in one of my knees.
Mhm.
And I just laid into it, and by golly, it's really good now.
Yeah, feels good, huh?
So, yeah.
Good.
It wasn't bad, but it was, it
Right.
let me know I was alive.
Right.
In a mechanical question, but one of the things you said, the lower spine,
Mhm.
that was words I don't.
Lumbar. It's the lumbar. Like, so your lower, from basically the backside of your navel down to your tailbone. Yeah.
Thank you. This has been amazing.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're enjoying.
Do these protocols need to be in order?
No, not at all. So she asked, do these protocols need to be in order? They are standalones by themselves, and you don't have to do a order. If you want to mix it up, even if you go, I want to do this class, but I'm gonna do it like a shuffle, like you know how you do your song. You can do them completely out of order, and doesn't really matter. Yeah, some classes it matters. This is not one of them. Yeah, so easy standalone, easy if you just, because a lot of times you're gonna go through and all of these, like they feel good, but there's like one or two where it's like, that was amazing. Just focus on that for a little while. You don't have to do the whole weekend, Yeah.
I was just gonna comment that
Mhm.
I did notice yesterday, a shift, when we worked on the diagram, and again, in this last one, anyway.
Nice. It
that-
feels better on your body.
Yes.
Yeah.
yes. I had a question on, the muscle of the bowels,
Uh-huh.
on the abdominal awareness part.
Mhm.
I. So with that area, look for spot include as high as like the liver and
Sure.
Pancreas.
Yeah.
or just-
So she's asking if you're doing abdominal awareness, can it be as high as like the liver or pancreas or, that we covered, I think is why you're saying that. We covered it in some other areas. You still can go through and treat it again in this particular thing. Because even though it might be the liver, like that was more liver function earlier, this is just the tissue. Like you're just taking tension out of the tissue. It's not really about the function of the liver, but it's like the smooth muscle that makes up the liver. You're taking the tension out of that.
But this just says bowels, I think.
Yeah, well, anything in the bowels, but I was using the liver as specifically. But yeah, so anywhere. But like, we did the liver earlier. That was about function. But like, so if you go through and you go, okay, I'm doing abdominal awareness, and you go, I still feel a little something in the liver. Here, you're just working the tissue of the liver, not necessarily the function. Yeah. Because like sometimes anxiety is tension in the smooth muscle. And so you're just taking out the tension. And then anybody, okay, is that good? Okay, so how about we take a 15-minute break? We'll come back at 10 till the hour. And we'll do the mood and anxiety regulation.
We had one more share. The
Sure.
diaphragm feels so much looser since we did the work on the
Oh,
diaphragm.
good.
What time did you say we're back? Sorry.
Didn't tell. Okay, everybody, let's come on back. Sorry, we ran a little long there. So we're on, what page is this? We are at the top of page 45, gives you plenty of things to look at. It's basically, we're looking at mood, anxiety, emotional regulation, and functions in the limbic system. Right? So this can do with emotional regulation, social connection, social interaction, resilience, and just your ability to self-regulate. It's tied to also how we store emotional experiences, both the good and the bad. When we have low vagal tone, it has to do with emotional instability, mood disorders, anxiety levels. There's a whole thing that I wrote up where I probably went on a little too long, but still, it's kind of nice to have something to read and gain a little understanding. But if you broke it down, mood, anxiety, self-regulation, social interaction, stress response, cognitive functions, and memory. Memory. in the office, I would have teased you and went, has to do with hearing. She didn't hear me. Oh, you did, yeah. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right, so we're gonna go through and we're gonna treat some of these things. Right, so the very first thing is we're gonna look at Douglas fir, Ravensara, or Raventsara. Yeah. Raventsara is what we're going to use in the kit. But try to find one of those oils. If you don't have Douglas fir, you can, Douglas fir by far works the best here. But if you don't have Douglas fir, you can use the fir balsam or the fir supreme or the Ravensara. But if you have Ravensara, or Douglas fir, those are the choices.
First thing I noticed in Hamburg.
Yeah. Ravensara tends to be a little bit better for respiratory issues. It has the chemistry between the two of them are just a little bit different. Very good for balancing out the nervous system. Okay, so basically what you're going to do is you're putting your awareness on your spine. Try to do the whole spine, but if an area in your spine jumps out, then you're going to concentrate on that area. But you're practicing spinal awareness. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Again, your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. and be still. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then pause and be still. Now we're going to go to just overall generic limbic function. So choices are vetiver, amygdala, hippocampus, or vital centers. Kit for purchase is vetiver. Yeah. You're inhaling, your awareness is between the eyebrows. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the bottom of the tailbone. And then pause and be still. Let's do that one again. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. And your awareness is on your tailbone, the bottom of your tailbone. You're just being still, you're letting go. Okay, we're going to just do cognitive processing and responses. So again, absinthium, clary sage, kava kava, spikenard, tuberose, valerian. Those are your choices. Kit for purchase, we're using clary sage. Your awareness is on your throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the throat. Your awareness is on the bottom of the throat liner. The bottom of the throat, that little notch between the two collarbones. The back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your jaws, where they hinge in front of the ear. Move your awareness to the temples. Your awareness is on the temples. The back head. Your awareness is on the back head. And then your forehead. Your awareness is on your forehead. Your awareness is on the back head. On the back head. Oh, my apologies. It's on the forehead. Your awareness is on the forehead. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and let go. And we're just going to do that one once. We're going to do one more little thing for this segment. And that's like stress, like, but emotional stress. This is like when we get displaced, when we get upset, when we get traumatized. So you can use benzoin, rose, or tarragon. In the kit for purchase, there's benzoin and rose. I would say use rose. You can use benzoin if you want, but why not use rose? Mhm.
Rose, that's what.
Use Rose Absolute.
Yeah, for this. Yeah. So you're practicing body awareness again. So you're being aware of your body, just any sort of agitation in the body, observe it, and then begin inhaling the oil that you're using. And then pause and be still. Pause and be still. Feels nice, huh? So, here I put body awareness, but if you had a situation, like say you had something like, oh, I gotta go deal with XYZ, I gotta go deal with this like my boss or this friend or whatever it is, or I have this weird thing that's going on, or you have emotions or thoughts that arise from the past. You could also do your awareness on those situations, right? So let's do that. Think of an actor situation. It doesn't have to be horrible. It could just be like, okay, I have these like things that I need to get done and calls I have to make and get people out to the house to do XYZ, whatever it is. It doesn't necessarily have to be a big traumatic event. It can just be like, for me, I like to call these things life accelerated. It's just like, oh, a lot of stuff is going to happen in a short amount of time. Not necessarily bad, it's just a lot of details. Think of some situation like that and then observe it just like you would in your body, and then inhale as you observe the situation.
Inhale in the situation, or I thought you said absorbing the body.
I did, but we're breaking from that and we're doing a situation. Yep. You're inhaling the oil. And then pause and be still. You know, yeah, this is usually very calming and soothing. Even in the moment, if something difficult happened, these would be the go-to things that you would use. You know, we were talking about shock earlier. These are also what you would use for shock. Let's do body awareness one more time. Just observe the body. Where do you feel something in the body? And then take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Notice your body, your emotions. Notice your thoughts. Let's go ahead and take a break and we'll come back and we'll talk about that for a moment and then we'll do the last little tiny piece. So I'll see you at 5 after the hour.
Rest.
Okay, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. And we're going to do one last little aspect. You know, like a couple of years ago, we taught a whole class on the mystical aspects of the vagus nerve and vagal tone and what it's tied to. And it's actually tied to the mixing of the heart and the crown, but it's also tied to deeper devotional practices, either to a deity or working with angels. And you could say the angel work, not the normal everyday kind of new agey angel work. I'm talking about like the old school ancient practice of working with angels. It's a much deeper version of working the vagal tone. You're kind of in a situation where you need like decent vagal tone to be able to access the angels, and then the angels also improve your vagal tone. So it kind of goes back and forth, right? So at first the practice feels like, oh, it feels kind of nice, but as it gets deeper and deeper, it can be deeply profound. My experience is if you do it properly, it will change your brain. You know, it will totally change your brain. But, you know, it's not like it's just going to be a one-time thing. You got to like kind of work up to it and everything. And so I just thought, you know, we could spend the whole weekend. We could have done like kind of angel work and mystical practices associated with it. But I thought, you know, this one, let's just grind out the meat and potatoes of vagal tone for like physical and emotional healing and things like that. And then we'll still just touch on it, but I will probably add this whole booklet to the Angelic Encyclopedia booklet. You know, it's growing. It's like what 160 pages, and we're gonna make it bigger. So, you know, in that I'll go into deeper aspects of the mystical practices of the vagal tone. But, you know, it's like a lot of basic meditations. You activate the heart, and then eventually it turns into the crown, right? But the thing is, there's these little channels by the medulla on the backside of your head that allows that energy from the heart to shift up into the brain and into the crown. And so even that practice that we do in Astara, where we go, and we do it in the oils, back heart, navel, crown. Like that little combination, guess what that's for? It's like a very good general approach, especially to the more mystical aspects of vagal tone. The part that gets stimulated in the medulla actually gets stimulated when you put your awareness on your navel. Yeah, it's a little secret. You know, because the medulla is tied to like lower base functions in the body, right? So it has to be tempered or transmuted, right? The navel is in charge of regulating your lower centers and your lower nature. So the tempering mechanism is actually the navel.
Medulla is kind of animal brain or something.
Well, it's a little area in the backside of the head that has to do with like respiratory system, like respiratory rate, blood pressure. Like it is kind of like these primal drives. Yeah, yeah. And so here we're not necessarily going to do that particular practice, but we're going to develop or work on just a refinement that even as we do that practice later makes that other part of the practice deeper. And so again, you're working with the same oils, benzoin, rose, or tarragon. And the kit for purchase, you could do benzoin or rose, but I would say do rose. Do rose for this. And so right off the bat, begin inhaling the oil. Your awareness is on the brain. You're just keeping your eyes closed and your awareness is on the brain. Brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your brain. Try to sink deeper into the brain. Go a little bit deeper into the brain. Don't force it. Just, it's like you're relaxing your way deeper and deeper into the brain. Now move your awareness to the area between your eyebrows. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Go to your back head. Opposite the front, you're going directly to the back side. And again, long, slow, deep breaths. Now your awareness is on the sides of your head. So just like the whole side of your head, not deep inside, just on the surface of each side of your head. Okay, just let it go for a moment. Now, we want to put our awareness on the pineal, but we don't want to do it super fast. So again, we're going to play with this for a little bit before we hit it. Again, put your awareness on your brain. Just start exploring your brain. Inhale the oil. Try to relax into deeper parts of the brain. Wherever you're at, just be still for a moment. You're on a deeper part of your brain. You can let go of the inhalation for a moment. Stay on that area of your brain. Silently affirm, I am that I am. I am that I am. Om Rama Om. Try relaxing into a little bit deeper area of your brain. Okay, let it go for a moment. Okay, now look at me. Take your two hands, your index fingers. One goes between the eyebrows, the other one goes to the back head. Right, you're touching between the eyebrows and the back head. Now connect the two fingers. Go through your brain, back and forth, and connect the two fingers. Okay, now two fingers again, one over your right ear, one over your left ear. Connect the two fingers. Back and forth between the two fingers. Now, in the inside of your head, where these two lines cross or intersect, explore that area within your brain. Just gently kind of explore where those two lines cross. You can put your hands down and just begin exploring that area. Do it very softly, very gently. You're looking for a shift of awareness, a shift of perception. It feels like you drop into something. Wherever you're at, just be still. Begin to inhale the oils. Maintain your awareness on that spot. Let go of the inhalation. Silently affirm, I am that I am. I am that I am. Om Mani Padme Hum. Okay, how did that feel? Nice little soft way to end the day, yeah. So the reason you're focusing on the pineal is within the pineal gland is what you would call the mental permanent atom. Like it's a little tiny seed, and it's where you process information from the soul, receive soul guidance, but it's also how you fill the body with light. So we don't have to dwell on it too long, but it's nice just to practice kind of getting there. This is a very soft way to do it, which I find to be easier and able to maintain it for a longer period of time. You know, if you go to it real hard, it stimulates it, but it can cause a little bit of a reaction in the body. But anyway. Okay, you guys, let's go ahead and share, ask questions, unmute yourself, type in. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sure.
So you said something that you using, I think it was this protocol or maybe this oil or whatever would change your mind,
No, doing angel work.
will change, okay.
Yeah.
But like the way your mind processes things and shows up for like what do you mean by that? Like, because changing your mind, like, oh, I don't want purple anymore, I want blue, that's not what you mean, right?
So she's asking, like, how does it change your mind? Like, I don't want purple, don't want blue. It's like it's in another place where those kinds of questions aren't even relevant anymore. Because here's the thing, we think of karma as a thing. It's not, it's how your brain, how you process things, it's how you think. You know, even like how you see a situation, there's levels or degrees of like how you think. The thing that generates negative karma is also how you think. The thing that breaks you out of that karma is also how you think. It's not the thing, it's like how you think. And so it's not something that pieces of information or the accumulation of information or even the application of information is literally like changing the frequency of how your brain. Like it's like.
So is it sort of like how the same thing can happen to several different people and they all would have a reaction and some would have like just so much anxiety and chaos around that situation, not be able to let it go, where somebody else. like,
Yeah,
when
to a
they-
certain extent. She's saying like how different people might have different reactions to the same situation is people are thinking or processing the situation in a very different way. Yeah.
And was that was the angel work, not specifically angel work in this sense.
Right. Yeah.
We had a nice share, let me make sure, yeah, so, this was right after, not this practice, but the one before.
Mhm.
Pretty hard to find discomfort in the body after this, which is
Good.
remarkable. I feel strong and limber and deeply calm. As for situations, anything that arose in my mind felt like no reason to be concerned about that. I'm curious to see how this coming week unfolds.
Oh, good.
And go ahead, Denise.
Thank you. This was wonderful. I wanted just to ask, you did mention this would affect memory. Yeah, I think
Mhm.
that's how you said it, right? I do notice I'm going through some changes, which I've been consciously trying to make, all right? But
Mhm.
in the process, I'm like, other things kind of have been in there, they've been kind of like dropping or moving to the side, or I'm like, what did I do with that? And it's just been kind of amplified. Is that just a sign of things changing? I mean, is that just like a stage?
Can you explain it a little bit more?
Well, I've been trying to make some deeper changes. Okay. As I am going through that process, I find those changes are starting, I'm feeding into them. But some of my older ways of being and things that I've done for a long, long time, occasionally they've been dropping or moving, and I can't find them. You know what I'm saying or not? Does it make sense to you?
Like in a good way or a bad way?
I think ultimately it'll be good. That's why I guess I'm asking you is I think I'm in the middle of a change and that's why I'm not
I see.
recognizing the transition. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that, the intellect is used to the repetition and this is what we do, this is what we always do. And at some point we outgrow some of those things or we need to move past them.
Yes.
And that would be a falling away of things. Yeah, sure.
And
Yeah.
a reshuffling, right? In a way, right? Overall.
I'm not quite understanding that. Say that again.
Like a reshuffling of them, like
Reshuffling. I would say more of just letting go or moving past something. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
And then I do have the saffron tincture.
Mhm.
Would that
Mhm.
be a good one to consider using as well?
What are you trying to use that for?
You said back, I think it was one mentioned back a little ways.
Oh, for the pain stuff?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I
You're
love
so
this class.
good. Yeah, good.
Lots of white light and had a vision of my grandpa.
Mm.
This rose is like rocket fuel. Off into the ethers I go.
Yeah.
Wow, I saw what looked like an ancient language, late a mandala with tiny symbols, which then seemed to be pulled outward from the center like a vortex.
Mm.
Now it seems there are multiple mandalas dancing together.
Ooh, that sounds like a fun vision.
A little while back, we mentioned the protocol back heart navel crown.
Mhm.
What was that used for, please?
General treatment for vagal tone. You know, we didn't use it here because we're treating things very specifically, but it's a way to treat things in a very general way. Like that, you would use the vagal tone blend. That, spikenard, valerian, you know, something like that.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thanks.
So when we were doing the brain, you said to go in, you know, like explore it. I don't think we've ever, at least I don't think I've ever done that, like, and I realized that maybe I was kind of doing the circus, like, this is the brain. But when we started doing that, like, just things were happening.
Mhm.
Like, I could feel things out of my ear, like.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've done it, what, the last few weekends, maybe?
At least the last 2 weekends.
Yeah, and it's,
Prior.
yeah,
So this was the
it's,
3rd weekend.
yeah, it's a very soft way to go to that mental permanent autumn. And so part of what happens is that autumn, like, so you have your pineal gland, and then inside is that little seed, that little atom, right? And so a lot of times what meditations will do will go like force themselves into that area, and you experience it, but you're using concentration and will to get there. And as soon as you get there, you've already started the dance on the wrong foot. You know, you kind of shot yourself in the foot, and then, you know, it makes the body have like a reaction. So here you keep going softer, 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 relaxing into it. And the idea is that little permanent seed has like a gravity to it. So you just start going, where are you? Marco Polo, Marco Polo. And at some point it starts to suck you in. So that's what you're doing. You're just trying to get into the gravity of that seed, and it will start to pull you in. Once it starts to pull you in, you know, that's the other difficulty with forcing yourself to that. Like, you get there and at some point you get sucked in, but if you're using your will to get there, then as you start to get sucked in, it creates a power struggle. And so then your mind starts doing what it thinks that you should be done, and you want to be able to just get there and go, and just as soon as it sucks you in, you just want to kind of float into it and just let yourself relax into it. So if you want yourself to relax into it, you kind of have to relax your way to it.
It's kind of like the space in the heart.
Mhm. Yeah. Same idea. Same idea.
So this time, like, I've done the blue pearl, where I would see blue, but this time I saw gold.
Yeah, you can see gold, you can see blue, sometimes you see black. Yeah, sure. Black is just you're getting sucked into the hole. Yeah. Yeah. Then the E-ride starts. Yeah.
And go ahead, Linda.
Hey.
Hey, this was really a fantastic weekend again. It's
Oh, you're so sweet.
no, I mean, really, this is one of those practices that I want to really continue to develop, because I have a sense that the more we do this work for developing the vagal tone, that I have this, like, I don't know how to even describe it, but there's a sense of like being able to summon. You've been using that word recently, and I love that.
Right.
You know, being able to summon this sense or this energy or this whatever, I don't even know what to call it. But especially, for instance, before I do a healing on someone,
Yeah.
feel like, will this have some sort of a, will it
So what
change that somehow, I guess?
Yeah, so what I would say is the vagal tone makes the body heal, right? So even if you work this with your clients, it makes a greater potential for them to have a deeper level of healing, but it also makes the healer a better healer. Like working vagal tone, because it's still about the intuitive mind. And so, you know, at first you're like going, okay, I'm projecting this energy, and at some point it starts to be, what do I need to do to shift that person into that place where their
Yes.
body will heal. And it's like, you still do the dance, but at some point it starts to be more about shifting the person rather than treating all the little pieces.
Right. And that shifting of them only happens because I'm shifting myself, right?
Right, right. So that's like Tracy was asking about, like, how does it change your brain?
Yeah.
Like doing the angel work with the brain.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So, at first, like you're doing meditation, you go, okay, I'm activating the heart and I'm blessing, or I'm activating the crown, I'm blessing. I'm mixing the two, I'm blessing. I'm going from the back heart, navel, crown, I'm blessing, 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 blessing. At some point, that ability to shift somebody else isn't about the heart and the crown. It's about blessing from the brain. Like the brain has to change to a certain extent. And so even like the use of mantras or doing devotional practice, at first we start with the heart, but the heart is only the door. It's not the point. The point is get it to the brain. And when you get it to the brain, the game changes, all the rules change. And then you start blessing with just your awareness on the brain. You're just blessing from the brain. And basically, it's that whole thing about working with the brain waves. Is it still kind of prepping the body to be able to shift those aspects in the brain so that when you start working with a deity, Christ or Buddha, or you work with the angels, it begins to shift how the brain functions. And then as you're doing the blessing or the healing, it starts to be more about a shift rather than like projecting energy or projecting or cleaning or anything. It becomes about directing my attention and trying to achieve a shift. And then the shift provides all its own energy and cleansing and all, like it's just like
Right.
something in motion. It's literally almost like bringing something out of the air and like having it like materialize.
Mhm.
And so like even like this air here, we just see it as what it is, but there's spaces in between the molecules in this air. Like as you go deeper into the brain, it's like you're able to go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into the space in between the particles. The guy, what's his name? The Sai Baba. And he's like, and he starts manifesting.
Mhm.
You know that guy?
Yeah.
Like he passed away a while ago, but and he would bring things forth.
Yeah.
It's the idea of that, you know. I don't know that he was exactly doing that.
Mhm.
Because there's other ways of doing it. And I suspect he was using a lot of his karma to like bring things forth. Where this is literally just like you keep going deeper and deeper and deeper into the inner world, and it's like it brings something forth.
Mhm.
You're not trying to materialize a cup, you're trying to materialize the divine. You're
Yeah.
trying to materialize light.
Right.
A lot of times our ability to generate or manifest something comes off playing off things in the environment. Like,
Mhm.
Oh, this person did this. Oh, this person did that. That situation did this. I'm reacting to this. Something else is in motion. This is almost like giving birth to something,
Mhm.
if
It,
that makes
it,
sense.
well, yes, it in that sort of I can't possibly put into words way. Yes, I'm getting what you're saying.
Like think of it's basically like a different way of saying a miracle.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Miracle.
I really,
Like, you know
yeah.
what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
but it's
Right.
like we can't make our like miracle happen. Like I've tried that, it doesn't work. But it's like being able to get into this place. It's a lot like you keep going deeper and deeper in, and it really is just like keeping the car between the two white lines. You're just keeping it between the two white lines. And then eventually you arrive at this place and something happens.
Mhm.
You know, it's the idea, like even if you see here, like sacred space and energy flow, it's about like creating like this sacred space, this kind of stillness, and then in that stillness, something
Mhm.
can happen.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
like if you look at like the Native American like medicine men and stuff, you know, like if you went up to somebody, you know, it depends on the kind of medicine man. But if you went to them and said, "Hey, could I have a healing?" You know, or if they said, "Hey, I could do a healing or whatever," and a lot of times they would say, "Well, let's see your dance, let's see whatever," you know, and all that is about continually creating like a space for something to eventually come in.
Mm.
You know, it's manifesting the divine.
Mhm. And in this context, that you refer so much to blessing from the brain and the
Mhm.
brain. In this context, what's the difference between the brain and the mind?
Oh, that's a good question. Um, I would say that it's better to start with the brain because the mind being very subtle, and as much as we feel that we're developed, the mind isn't really that developed in most of us. You know, I
Right.
include myself in that. Like, ugh, I would love to say my mind's super developed. You know, it's a wishful thought. You know what I mean? Because there's the mind of like, oh, we're interacting, but when we're talking about the mind, we're talking the mind with a big M, like, you know, the
Yes,
mind.
right.
And so the reason to start with the brain, it's just like when you grew up like Christian. You look at this white European male nailed to a cross. For one, he's not white, he's not European, right? And the idea that he's on the cross isn't the point of that teacher, right? And so, but you need the form to be able to touch the essence. And so here, you need the form of the brain to eventually touch the essence. You know, as much as we say, got to move past intellect, you also kind of got to let it have its way for a little bit. And so, like again, going back to the Christian practice, you're kind of devotional. You wear a cross. You think of pictures of Jesus. You know, whatever it is, and then at some point, you just have oh, I don't need any of this anymore. I can feel the essence. So the idea of the brain is like you keep focusing on the brain, and at some point you'll go, I don't need the brain anymore. I can just feel the essence.
Okay.
But it's hard to go, okay, feel the essence.
Yeah.
Trust me, I've tried that one too. It doesn't work. I've tried feeling it, cleaning it, invoking it. Like I've tried it all. Uh, you need like just like the heart is the gateway to the brain is the gateway to something else.
Okay. All right, good. I've really enjoyed the practice you're leading us in about getting to the Blue Pearl, because I've been doing the
Yeah.
Blue Pearl meditation for 20 years. But the way you approach it and bring us into it is so beautifully soft and different that
Yeah,
I'm
it's got to be soft and gentle, just
yes, and
like a
it's actually,
breath.
yeah, it's also helping me hear master's direction differently, because it's like,
Right,
my approach to the way he was teaching it was pretty direct, like I got to go there, right? And but now
right.
the way you've sort of reimagined and explained it for my ears anyway, has allowed me to understand his words differently as well. So it's really wonderful. Thank you for
So
that.
this is the thing that I would say about that. Um, those instructions he gave was based on the assumption that people did like certain practices, and it
Mhm.
was interpreted by other people that were teaching it very
Mhm.
differently than the way he put it
Mm,
forth.
mhm. Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm doing it the way he said. I'm just like the way that he would explain it
No,
is a
no, it's
way
just like
to, yeah,
it's being able to hear it differently because of
yeah, yeah,
the way your perspective brings me to
yeah,
it. is,
Yeah.
and then I can see the way he's bringing me to, they're the
Yeah.
same, really, you know.
Yeah.
The experience of getting there has been very different these last couple weeks, so.
And the other thing that I would say about like with the teacher, it's easier to do things in the presence of the teacher. You know, there was always that factor as well.
Well,
You know,
and even
when he
doing,
was in the body, it
yeah,
was
yeah.
easier.
Well, yeah, but even doing these things with you, Greg, is easier. Like
Yeah.
for
You're
somebody like
very
me, right? I mean, when we do these things with you over the weekend versus when I do them by myself during the week and all that, that's good. But
yeah.
and even doing them live like this with you on the weekend is different than when I listen to you on the recording. The recording is a step better than my doing it by myself, but doing it live
Right.
with you is
Right.
also a
Right.
different experience.
Right.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Good. I'm
And
glad you're,
too,
glad you're
thank
having good
you.
experiences.
Yeah.
Would you use this before doing the universal protocol with the angel?
Oh, you could. Yeah, sure, sure. Definitely with the universal angelic process, practice that process. But if you wanted to add this to it, you could. Yeah, sure. There's still one piece I haven't taught there, but like practice it for a while. That way it's not overwhelming. But yeah.
Any oil suggestion to help integrate the weekend's transformations?
Vagal tone, like the blend vagal tone, spikenard, valerian, vetiver. Yeah.
Just inhalations?
Yeah, inhalation, salt bath. Yeah, sure. Rub it on the side of your neck.
What about doing a mashup class with this and the Angelic Encyclopedia?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
You should saw the look on her face when she said that. Yeah, we could do that.
Can I ask a question about something you just
Yeah.
said? You said the heart was the gateway to the brain and the brain was the gateway to something else.
Yeah. Even anatomy and physiology, if the heart's not functioning well, the brain's not functioning well. You know, like if the heart's not pumping enough blood, then you're not getting enough blood to the brain. You're not getting oxygen, you know, so your processes are, you know, they're not completely it's not like it shuts down, it just doesn't function quite like it should.
So basically, you have to integrate something into the heart before you can integrate it into the.
Integrate. Like, so you could say like this is getting in, that's getting out, like out of the body. You got to get in before you get out.
Okay.
Like, you know,
Yeah,
yeah.
like when we were holding things in our heart.
Yeah.
Like you gotta get it in there before you can let it.
Before, like, it's like
transmute
steps,
it
like you
over.
get it into the heart and you kind of find, you know, that place where the heart can get more activated. And then eventually what starts to happen is the energy starts to move up. If you don't move energy up from the heart, the activation of the mental permanent atom is small.
And you're saying
Like,
atom.
yeah, seed, atom, and a star, they call it the atom. The
Atom or
atom, atom, atom.
You
And
spell
I
it
say
right?
atom. I'm still learning English. So that area really gets stimulated with heart energy. Like, so you have to move the heart up. That if you think about it, like you're going into the brain and you're going soft, 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 soft. That's heart energy. Going right to the point, that's solar plexus.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna make this happen. This is what I want. So you have to go soft, 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 soft. And then as you keep getting in there, something happens.
It reminds me of.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Anybody else here have anything? Okay, you guys. So I think what did we decide we're gonna do? We'll let you know on the study group. Usually we do a study group after a weekend like this, but because of our travel, we have to do still a study group for the
Or the.
Heart in a Thousand Petaled Lotus. Yeah, so this Wednesday will be a study group for Heart and Thousand Petaled Lotus, and we'll figure out something for this one. You know, we don't want to get too far behind. So. But anyway, Tuesday's back on. Well, we did Tuesday last week, but Wednesday's back on. So we'll be back home tomorrow. So anyway,